Oh!
No way! Oh my god!
I'm going for it.
If I didn't suck, yeah.
I've been focusing Sombra.
I can do that.
So. Sombra's dead. Fire's on me, fire's on me. Ow, fuck. I'm out. Fire's on left. Can we go in Kiriko? Kiriko 1. Kiriko 1. No, they're rezzing, dead. What we're doing? There's no way that could have worked.
You're dead, Danny?
I'm dead. That's just really good. That's not dead, that's not.
I'm holding it.
I'm waiting to boot Zarya in. I'm going now, Boot Zarya in, no bubble. Moira. Nice. Tracer. Nice. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Luke, go top right. Ready, 3, 2, 1, go. Dude. Help me go or no? Oh, Kiriko! You fucking suicide! Nice! Yeah, I just challenged him earlier though, so he didn't have time.
Oh my god, you're crazy.
51.
Nice.
Also there, Razor's also there.
Yeah.
51 on him.
Get that thing. Oh, Donnie.
I didn't grab the meds.
Nice.
Danny, you are at the race all the time.
I messed up. Got it.
Oh my god.
Yes! Hey guys, I'm NSC, also known as Neon, and welcome back to the channel once again. We're doing more game design. Woo! Fresh mind, fresh day. Okay, so this is what we did yesterday. And then we also decided I was going to use Game Maker. And hopefully, if I do use Game Maker and I end up keeping 2 Game Maker, hopefully I can just upgrade it later. Hopefully. Because that would be for the best. So yeah. This needs to be filled out. But I need to figure out if I like Game Maker. So you know what? we're gonna load up Game Maker, and we're gonna just start fucking around. That's what we're gonna do. Let's open this. If I had to do a thing, what would I do? Well, it wouldn't be any of those. No, not that. Object. How do I open those folders? No, there's not anything in the world, so none of these folders are gonna open. I reckon that's why. There's a problem with you. Okay. Okay, well, first order is business. It's very simple. I need to know how to create an object. Because none of this is, like, looking familiar to me. To be fair, like, I didn't really do much in terms of that. But... Bum, 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 bum. That does not have any sound on it. Hold on, I'm testing something.
Hey there, I'm Giselect.
Cool, that does work. Cool. That's good. That is so unuptight. You see, like, not on this one, on the orange one, you start seeing the streaks of the character. That's so funny. Okay.
And in this tutorial,
follow
I'm
along
gonna teach
video
you how
is
to create
great.
your first platform game using Game Maker.
Thank
Before
you.
diving, let me introduce myself.
Hello.
I've been using Game Maker since I was a kid, and I developed several games like Done to Be Seen, Starboy Adventures, and more recently, Moonleap, which won the Notice Me Game Jam and ended up becoming a full-fledged game
sorry,
that I'm really
I've
proud of.
not
But enough about me.
heard of
Let's
any of
create a
these,
game.
but
It's gonna be
go
a
on.
super simple game where you have to dodge spikes and reach the flag. Even though
Okay.
it's simple, it will be a great introduction to Game Maker. We will create a new blank project.
Yep,
I will
thank
call
you.
mine
Then
Tiny
again.
Game.
Yep.
And this is what you see once you create your project.
Yes.
There is quite a lot to click around here, but don't worry. Right now, I want you to focus on the asset browser, which is on the right side of the screen.
Okay,
This is
cool.
where all the resources of your game will be, like sprites, sounds, and objects. For this project, we will only use 3: sprites, objects, and rooms. You can delete some of these folders if you want, which is what I'm going to do here. First, let's talk about sprites, which are basically the images in your game. They represent your character,
I know that.
enemies,
Artist here, I know
players,
this.
and even
This
your
part I know.
background. Now,
This part I'm happy about.
objects. Here,
Uh-oh.
we're talking about code. This is where you decide what
No,
happens when the
code.
character touches an enemy, picks up an item, advances to the next level, and so on. Speaking of levels, in rooms, you place the objects of your level, like the ground for a character to walk on, where enemies and items will be, and everything else. But right now, let's work on the sprites. There are several ways to create an asset, but right now, I will click on the empty space, go to Assets, and select Create Sprite. It will show up here, and I will name it S-Player. You can name it whatever you want, but I usually go with S-Player for the player sprite. You can create your sprite here, and I recommend that you create your own, but for this video, I already prepared mine. I'm going to click import and import my sprites into the game.
Okay.
Let's create more sprites. You can right click on sprites and select create sprite as well. I will create a sprite for the item, which will be the goal of the level. Let's call it S-Flag.
Let's see if I just have any assets just lying around, because I actually might. I'm not gonna lie. If I go to this, and then these three are not useful. That's not useful. Is anything in this useful? Probably not. No. In this, yeah, probably also not. Could use Pokemon. Like, right now I'm just testing. That's what I'm doing right now. Right now I am just testing. So, none of those are useful, and definitely nothing in brand is useful. Have fun. Because I know I have, assets from a game I was creating in Unity, on my laptop. I know I do. Fact. Potentially, they're on OneDrive. So, let me just quickly check that. Like, I don't need a perfect sprite. But, hey, something is something. Microsoft 315, why have you changed your... 365, I mean, like, why have you changed your thing? Why are you like this? Hmm. That's not useful. Sorry guys, just give me a minute. You guys don't have music back. Oh, actually, I know exactly what I can put in. Create sprite. Edit image. Oh, I can just create a sprite here. Interesting. That's good to know. But no, I want to import one. And please go to desktop, art, brand. Go to stream avatars. And I have not uploaded anything, of course I haven't. Okay, what do I have here? Art, brand, stream avatars. No folder. Where the hell did I save the images to then? That is a great question that I don't have the answer to. So, you know, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. And then there you go. I don't really need all of the sprites from this, so you know what? What we're gonna do is we're gonna do this, got these, copy, move over to new, this, cool. And now we are going to export this. You know what? Sure, we can save as that. Stream avatars here. Export. Okay, now we're gonna use this.
for this video, I already prepared mine. I'm going to click import and import my sprites into
Because I need to figure this out for later anyway, so. Damn, I can't just up the size of this, can I? Nope, go back. That's not what I wanted, is it? How do I set this to be correct? It's a great question. Like right now, this doesn't actually matter. Wait. I don't have 64 by 64. I have 48 by 48. That is not what I wanted. How do I do this? Still not what I wanted. I want to separate the frames. That's one way to do it. Reset canvas. Then we have frame 1, frame 2. Frame 2, I need the same image. This like me putting it in manually. Okay, get it. Get it. Get it. I specifically put in a sprite sheet, right?
and select create sprite. It will show
Yeah,
up here
sprite.
and I will name it S player. You can name it whatever you want, but I usually go with S player for the player sprite. You can create your sprite here, and I recommend that you create your own, but for this video, I already prepared mine. I'm going to click import and import my sprites into the game. Let's create more sprites.
What have you done differently?
I already prepared mine. I'm going to click.
So you've done something different. And I just don't know what. I don't know what you've done. You've done something different. Great sprite. 64 by 64. Import this. I don't know why this broken. Game maker spreadsheet. Thanks, Kit Kats. I definitely wanted to know.
Put AI
Thank
to
you.
work on business PCs with Intel Core Ultra and Intel vPro.
Hello everybody, I've been doing a lot of work on Tribal Tension this week. Some of you might have seen my ongoing live streams. I've been testing out some cool new stuff for that game, and I had been working on a tutorial video this week on a sine wave shader, but unfortunately I've got to rethink some things about exactly where I'm going with that code, because I don't think what I had is really tutorial ready, unfortunately. So I've kind of had to put that on hold. I still wanted to do a video this week, so I'm bringing you a quick tip, something that was kind of covered in a recent platform video, but will hopefully be useful to some of you anyway. So today's quick tip is about importing sprites. Most of you already know how to import sprites by creating a sprite, hitting import and selecting an image. You can bring that image in. Oh, but wait, this image isn't formatted correctly. It's not individual frames.
Yeah,
it's a
that's
bunch
exactly
of
what I
images all
want.
next to
Thank
each
you.
other, all spaced out. But we all already know that we can deal with that as well by going to edit image, and import strip image under here. By selecting the thing, we can then split it into...
I did not know you could do that.
We can define how our image is set up. You can see these boxes appearing around the sprite. Hit convert.
That's good to know. Thank you.
And bring it in that way. So, you know, there's no problem. You wouldn't really need to learn anything more than that. That's enough for you to be able to basically handle all your different kinds
Okay,
of
I'll
artwork.
listen though.
But there
I'll
is
listen.
one more way of importing sprites that a lot of people didn't know about, and I didn't know about, and has existed since GameMaker 8.1. Was actually in the documentation for GameMaker Studio. I couldn't find it anywhere for GMS2, but it exists, and I never knew about it, so maybe you didn't know about it. What that is GameMaker actually checks when you import a sprite to see whether or not it has the word strip on the end of it here. You see the one I imported initially, S-Player, and I bring this in, just brings us this. But this image next to it, which is exactly the same and just has strip 10 on the end. In fact, let's rename this one to demonstrate how it works. We know there are exactly 10 images in the sprite, so by writing strip on the end, that tells GameMaker that this is a strip image, like it's a sequence of sprites, and by putting a number on the end of that, 10,
That's
it
a very
tells us
useful
exactly
tip.
how many
That's
images
a
to
very
split that
useful tip.
up
Thank
into.
you.
So now if I import this after renaming it, boom, it magically splits it into the 10 frames of our animation. Let's just demonstrate that working again. If I rename this to say strip 5, this will look ridiculous, but it'll demonstrate the point. And then import that, it splits it into 5. So we get a weird, crazy double running thing going on. But yeah, that's just another cool, fun way to import your sprites. It's existed for a long time. I never knew about it. But I know about it now. So if you knew about this already, then great.
Thank you. Gracias. I appreciate you. Because that is much easier. Rename underscore strip 4. So now when I try this, create sprite, import sprite, abada bing, abada boom, abada bing, abada boom. Thank you, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. Okay. Better question though. You know, this does save. Cool. It's just that the rest of these can now go away. I do not care about them anymore. You're not sure. Call it S player. Seeing as everyone calls them S player, we'll call it S player. Be professional. And also, why are these under? I don't know why they're under font instead of sprites, but sure. Can I place this in the world? Great sprite. No. Okay, maybe it's something to do with the room thing, maybe.
Import and import my sprites into the game.
Okay, okay.
Let's create more sprites. You can right click on sprites and select create sprite as well. I will create a sprite for the item, which will be the goal of the level. Let's call it S flag. Now I'm going to import the sprite I made for the flag. And for the ground sprite. You don't have to do exactly what I'm doing, you can draw whatever you want here. To work on an asset, just double click it. That goes for all the assets in the game. Before we move on to objects, you might have noticed the origin point here set to 0, 0, and that means the origin point of your sprite is on the top left corner. We'll change that. We'll create one object for each sprite we made. Let's click Create Object. Let's name this one OPlayer and put a sprite on that object. This area here on the right is the events of your object.
Okay. Create object. I see, okay. So S player, sprite player, O player, object player. Got it. Understood. Okay, I understand.
This is where the code goes. What happens to the object when it's created, destroyed, at the end of the game, and more. But I won't mess with them now. I will just create the other object. We'll create an object for
I'm currently
the
not creating
ground,
them, so...
O solid, and assign the ground sprite to it. I will do the same for O flag and O spike. Which is click room 1. Now up to rooms. Let's double click room 1. Double clicking it will show this black grid, which is your level. I'm gonna hold Alt and drag this onto the screen. You may have noticed that your object is small, and that's because the room is very big. I will click on my room on the asset browser and change that in the room settings on the bottom left corner of the screen. Here you can change the size of the room. I will put 320 and 180. I can now adjust the zoom here. Nice.
Alright, create room. Why did you create 2 rooms? Why do you do this to me? Okay, well, room 1. Why are you so big? Why is you so big? Did I just not open the inspector? Why? Why are you like this? When he created his room, did it create 2 rooms? No.
It's because the room is very big. I will click on my room on the asset browser and change that, and that this it's up to rooms. Let's double click room 1.
Okay, room 1 just already existed. Okay.
Double clicking it will show this black grid, which is
Okay, that we've
your
done.
level. I'm gonna hold Alt and drag this onto the screen. You may have noticed that
Why?
your object is moved out and drag this.
See, this
will
is
show
already
this black
here. Why isn't it for me? Why? Ah! What do you mean? What do you go back, go back. Select the instance. Drag on. Cool, cool. We chillin', we chillin'. Okay. Still isn't anything here.
Grid, which is your level. I'm gonna hold Alt and drag this onto the screen. You may have noticed that your object is small, and that's because the room is very big.
Yeah.
I will click on my room on the asset browser and
Yeah.
change that in the room settings. On the bottom left.
Yeah, let me do that real quick. Let's see. Room. There's nothing there. I don't know why there's nothing there, but there's nothing there. Yeah, if I create a new room, does that appear? Nope. Nope, it does not.
Left corner of the screen. Here you can change the size of the room. I will put 320 and 180. I can now adjust the zoom here. Nice.
Sorry. Bro, can I like change my room? Can you like let me do that? That would be phenomenal. If you could let me do that. Absolutely fantastic. If you could just let me do that.
Now we can place objects on the screen by holding Alt and dragging them onto the level. You might notice the object snipes on a grid here.
When in doubt, just look up another answer. Game maker room size. No, not maximum room size. How to change room size. That's an incredibly basic question, but there does not seem to be a clear answer anywhere I've dug. It seems that the generic size room is 1024 by 760 or so. Let's see. I've seen countless things pointing out you can make rooms bigger in terms of sheer pixels available. How do you actually edit the size of the room? There does not seem to be an easy to select part of the HUD. Like with the sprites and pixels that choose. If you're talking about scaling the size of the HUD, you can use if you're talking about the resizing the room, then all you have to do is open up the room you want to change. Under room settings, there will be a width and height you can change to your liking. Room height, whatever. Room width, whatever. That's not here. It's not here. I am in pain. I am in pain. I'm in pain. I'm in pain. Like I try looking and it's not there. Huh. Uh,
your gym, get all the flex you need with no contracts, 24/7 access in most gyms. Top
Okay, so let's fix up our view. So in the room, we're going to go to views, and in the top left here, I may just make that smaller.
Where? Ah. What do you mean go to views? Where is views? I don't know, and I'm very confused. Bro.
We want to make so we can
Wait,
see.
this is an old version.
Every game needs a level. In Game Maker, levels are called rooms. I'm going to show you the basics of creating and using levels in Game Maker. Then we're going to do a deeper dive into the properties of rooms and layers. And finally, I'll show you the most common mistakes that beginners make when using rooms. Let's dive in. In Game Maker, every new project comes with a room. You can access it by clicking this little room group right here, and you can see room 1. Clicking on that, we can actually see the room properties over here on the left.
I got. Oh my god. What if I just back? Did I at some point do something? You know what? Okay, this is something I created yesterday. You know what? Instead, let's do a new thing. Discard the changes. Fuck that. New game. Doesn't matter what it's named. Go straight to the room. Okay, it's there. I don't know what I did to that first project, but I somehow broke it. So, it's good to know it's not just me. Good to know. Okay. Create. Sprite. Import a sprite. This. Yes. Okay. Then I want to create an object. And that object is this. Okay. So we have that. We have this. Go to the room. Still not broken. Perfect. We can double click on the room. Still not broken. Perfect. And I'm just going to copy what he did. 320, 1080. Because all I want to know how to do right now is get something to move. That's all I want.
To access all of the properties of a room, you can...
Okay, yeah. My file was just bugged. I don't know what it was, but it was bugged.
Too big, so I'll change it to 16 by 16 pixels. Now,
You know what? For the sake of my sprite, I'm going to change it to double this. We're going to change it to double that, and then we're also going to change our grid size to 48 by 48. As that's the size of our sprite. So there you go.
we can place the ground. Some spikes here. A little flag here. And nice. Now we can hit play.
And it shouldn't function.
And yeah, everything's tiny and we can do anything.
Yeah, no.
Let's fix that by writing some code. We'll go to the workspace.
Okay, let's just real quick create you know, some ground to work with. That sounds smart to me. So I want to create a new sprite, and this time I'm just going to do it inside of this, which is not going to give me a proper grid pattern. Thanks a lot. Can you give me a canvas of 48 by 48? That would be great. Is this 48 by 48? The background squares are very much making it not adjustable to my eyes, so I will not be using this feature much unless I need to edit a sprite midway through something. Okay, so we'll just go for something like, I don't know, very simple. Very, very, very simple for right now. This is not 48 by 48. It might be. I mean, right now, very, very simple. Just doing this. My art tools are not great, and my keybinds are fucked. But you know what? For now, this works. So. And breathe electricity. Ooh. Why have thou been pinged? It's another Luke stream. That's why. That is why. It don't really matter what this looks like. I don't need it to look good. I just need a basic thing. Hands in my heart. Listen some pie. I breathe electricity. I've been more better than before. Hey, that is wrong. That who am I? What am I made it for? I never buy and down before. That is that noble soul. Follow his course. The clock is there. Yeah, I hate that this looks ugly too, but bear with me. Oh wait, I just realized I'm literally just placing sprites. I'm not placing objects. Nice one, dude. I don't know why placing an object is changing my grid size constantly, but it's very annoying. Bro. Like, do I have to place all of these in, like, block by block? Or can I, like, use it as a brush? Because that'd be very useful. Baby, come with me, and we'll be fair in this infinite blue. A singularity, everybody can hold a time, I'm with you. Oh, you let me up, but take me high, run me on. Alright, cool. Cool, that works. I don't need anything complicated. I just need something that
which
works.
you can navigate using the middle mouse button. For the programming part of this game, I will use GML code. So let's add and create event. The code inside create will happen as soon as this object is created, which in your case is when the game is opened. If a window pops up on your screen asking if you want to use GML code or GML visual, choose GML code. We won't be using the visual language of GameMaker. So let's dive in. We'll write.
Yeah, I may as well just use the code. As much as I don't want to, I may as well. Okay, add event, create, GML code. Okay, what do we do?
A function to increase the size of the game window. It's a function called window set size.
Okay. Window underscore set underscore size.
And here we will type in the horizontal and the vertical size we want. I want the game window to be 720p. This function is built into GameMaker, and if you don't know how it works, just click it with the middle mouse button.
That is very useful. That is very, very useful. Alright, I guess it's 1920 by 1080. Right. It was a comma, right?
I will also create two
Yes,
variables
okay.
here, one for the horizontal speed and one for the vertical speed. I will set both to 0.
Okay. Okay, we can close this for now. So x speed, so x-axis speed equals 0. Bro, why is this window so tiny? Why window tiny? And then y speed, so vertical equals 0. And then if I interesting.
A variable is
No, I just want to check something real quick. Z speed is not a real function. Okay.
something we can name and use to store a value for later use. For example, I could create a variable called coins to store the number of coins the character collects, or a health variable to count the character's health. So let's work on the character's movement. Here I will add an step event, which is an event that
Okay. When you create the game, it will set the window size to be what we set it to, right? Then the character's speed is set to 0, so it's not moving when it spawns in. That's what it's doing.
Happens every
Okay.
frame of the game. This is where we put the player's movement code. So, let's go.
Cool. That makes sense to me. Okay. Step. Yes, I'm using code.
If I press the left key, I want to move 1 pixel to the left. If I press the right key, it moves 1 pixel to the right. So, I write if keyboard check VK left.
I like how this system doesn't use any funny words. I like that. Okay, so if keyboard underscore check. In this case it would be A. I want to see if I can do it without the video first. That's what I want to do. So if A, like, I know it's an entirely different language that I don't know, but since the words are so simple, would it be move? Move, no. Step. No.
This code means
Wait, VK left. Oh, okay, he's using that. Wait, but I said A. VK underscore left. When dealing with the keyboard in GameMaker, you have a variety of functions that can be used to recognize different keyboard states, like being pressed or released. There are also some that store all the key presses as a string, or that can tell you what the last key was pressed. As well as others that allow you to clear the keyboard state completely. Each input character from a key or multiple keys is defined by its UTF-8 code, which is a numerical code. This value can be retrieved by for any character using the ORD function. But GameMaker also has a series of consonants for the most used keyboard special keys and the special functions. Typically, you'd use a combination of ORD with the keyboard check functions, something like this. Okay. Because I want to, like, do this as if I was, like, actually programming, so that way I remember it, you know? So if brackets keyboard underscore in check brackets ORD brackets A, and then close all of those, and then the squiggly brackets H speed. Is he gonna do
if I
H
press
speed?
the left key, this is what will happen. This part here inside the code. Let's do the same for the right key.
You could have told me what it was and then
Let's
do
write
it.
something inside this space here.
Okay. Whatever, it's fine. Do something like that.
I write XSP equals -1 for left and
Okay,
X
yeah, that makes sense. Because you set it at 0 when it spawns in.
+1 for right.
Oh, okay, no, it does need to be +1. Okay. Interesting.
You might be thinking, why XSP? Why YSP? This is because they represent the speed of the X and Y coordinates of this
Yeah,
object.
that makes
Every
sense.
time I press left, I decrease X. Every time I press right, I increase X, and so on. Notice that if you go to the room and double click on the character, you see it has these X and Y values, which are its coordinates. If I leave this object here, the X will be 0 and the Y will be 0. If I move it down, the Y increases. If I move it right, X goes up. If I move it left, X goes down. The level is like a Cartesian plane, and in the code, we manipulate the coordinates to make the character move. But let's go back to the code, because as it is, we can do nothing. To make it move and collide with the ground, we have the function move and collide. XSP, YSP, O solid, which is the ground. This is
Move and collide. And then in our things we want to put just as heated excess speed, y speed, and then we named ours O block. That's what we named ours. So we want to put O block, not O solid.
This is a game maker function which allows your character to move and collide with the ground. Now
Is that all
click
we
on
need?
play to run the game and... Oh,
Uh,
that's better. The window is bigger, we can move your...
Interesting, but it has no gravity as of right now. Okay, maybe I do want to make the thing smaller. Like, as of right now, I am indeed moving left and right, although I do not have control. So, if anything, what I want is, oh, I'm gonna test something. If now I want if keyboard underscore check ord A, and then I want to close off these brackets, and then I want to say false. I'm not sure if this is actually a function, but I'm gonna hope it is. Okay. If false, then I want it to stop. Is stop just a function? Give it a 0. Okay, I'm gonna try this. Also, I should probably set this to be 1280 by 720. That's the other thing. Okay, now if I try to run this, I don't know if I broke something. Yeah, okay, I broke the code by doing that. Interesting. Also, just something for my own sanity. I need to go to this. And then frames per second. Change this to like... How many was it? It was like 4. So, then it's to like 16. Just for my own sanity's sake. What's slower? 8? Bit better. We'll go to 12. Okay, we'll stick with 8. Hmm.
Character, but it doesn't jump, and it's floating. That's because we haven't added gravity yet. So let's code that. The way we implement gravity is by applying a vertical force that pushes your character down, as long it's not standing on the ground. When it's on the ground, the vertical speed will be 0. To do that, we'll create this force by adding YSP plus equals 0.1. I also wrote XSP equals 0 here, because when the player isn't pressing left or right, I want them to remain still. But not just
Okay,
that.
so that's how that
We
works.
need to check if the character is on the ground, because it should only be able to jump when it's touching the ground. GameMake is a function for that, so you'll...
Okay. Y speed plus equals 0.1. XSP equals 0.
Right, if place meeting x, y plus 1 all solid inside your code. To see an explanation of this function, just click it with the middle mouse button. What it's doing here is checking if the character is 1 pixel above the ground. The code inside this will only happen if the player is on the ground. So I'm gonna put here YSP equals 0, which will set the character's vertical speed to 0. And we'll put the character's jump code here, so the player can only jump when it's touching the ground. If keyboard check VK up, YSP equals -2. Okay, now...
Okay. Are not these buttons? Am I misremembering what buttons do what? Okay, whatever. ISP equals 0. If if keyboard keyboard underscore check brackets order space. No, that'd be no VK space. VK space. So this one wouldn't need any of the bracket stuff because it would be keyboard underscore check brackets VK underscore space end bracket and then it was YSP equals -2. Is that it? -2. I think that was it.
Equals -2. Okay, now let's test it.
Errors. Why did I get errors and you didn't? Because that is a dot and not a comma. That would probably be why. Yes, that is exactly why. Okay. So I can move left to right. I can jump. But I can't jump high enough.
2. Okay, now let's test it. Look at that. It's almost a game already. We just need to make the player die and advance to the next level. So let's set up some collisions. You already know that placing...
Well, first of all, with my game specifically, I need to change this value to be higher. So is this going to add more gravity? I don't know. Only one way to find out. Nope, that adds less gravity. So that is actually exactly what I wanted. The higher the minus number. So the lower the number, the greater the jump force. Interesting.
Reading checks for collisions. So let's write some collision codes for the flag and the spike. I wrote a note here. This code isn't read by GameMaker, it's just for my organization process.
That's fair.
So let's go. Inside the collision with the flag, I will write a code to move to the next level. It's a code that goes to the next room on the list, and its name is room go to next. And here, for the spike, I will reset the room with room restart. Room restart.
Interesting.
If we hit play now, you see everything is working fine. We can move around and I die. Nice. Everything is working great, but when we reach the end, the game crashes. That's because we haven't made the next level yet. Before making the next level, the game still looks a bit ugly. So I will create a sprite for the background. It will be a simple sprite, size 32 by 32, and it's gonna be that, white and gray. You will understand why in a moment. I will name it S back. I will click on the room. Let's go to the layers and choose the background layer. Clicking here on the background, I will select a sprite. I will make it repeat horizontally and vertically. And here you can change the color of the sprite. I will click color and pick a nice one. Down here there are filters and effects, which are ready-made effects you can apply to your layer. And you know, just to make a bit prettier, I will add the underwater effect. Why not? It looks quite nice. Feel free to play around and let's test it. Nice. There is only one level, so let's go. Let's make a next level. Let's go to rooms, right click on the room we already have and duplicate it. I will rename it to room 2. And here I add more spikes, put the flag here, change its background, and there, a new level. I'll create a few more so we can have a proper game, and I will be right back.
Yeah, I mean,
There you have
what he's
it.
creating right now is
This
very
is a very simple
simplistic.
game which I made
Yeah.
mainly to introduce Game Maker to you. Many things I did here weren't the most optimized,
That's fair.
but I did them in the simplest, most understandable way. I hope this video helped you in some way. I hope you can keep working on your projects.
Well, it definitely helped me with
And
the
if you want
platformer.
to, you
But I think what I want... I don't think I want to do a 2D game. I don't think that's what I want to do. Hello? Thank you. I think I'm gonna go with either isometric or top-down. Which, by the way, when it comes to top-down, there's mainly two different styles. Well, kind of three different styles. There's 90 degree. Which is directly above your head. There is 45 degree. Which is of course at a 45 degree angle. And then there's more like a, I'll call it like a 20 degree. I'll show you some examples. So, if I was to do a 90 degree, I'd be looking at something like, I think like Vampire Survivors. I think that's fully top down. No, it's not. Yo, Shad, are you done? Have you made your choices? Are you crying? Have you made the choices? Are you crying? 90 degree top down. Yeah, so like when it's directly above your head. You're done? Okay. I couldn't keep going to finish 400 days. I had to finish stream. I see. Let's see. How far did you get? Oh, you completed. You completed. There's only one choice I really want to know about. There's only one that I want to know about.
Later, bitch.
Later, bitch. Heartbroken? Exactly. I knew you would be. Shut up. I don't care about this.
Gross stuff.
It's this scene.
Oh, he's gone.
I want to know what you chose for the choice.
Oh, he's down for the count.
If you guys have never
Where we
seen
at?
this game, just look away.
Damn. Clem, you're a trooper.
Please, wake up. Please don't be dead. Please, no.
What did you
Not dead yet.
choose?
I was so scared. I thought you left me. I saw my parents.
Yeah, you did. I know.
They didn't get to you, right?
No. We got away. They're dead for sure.
Yeah. Could say that.
Clementine, we have to get out of here as fast as we can.
Well, we can't. There's thousands of them outside.
I wanna know, Shad.
Protect you.
What
No,
did
no,
the
that's
option
crazy.
be?
I saved you. We're safe here. I locked us in.
Get that door open.
Yeah, you knew Lee was
I
dead.
can't.
That's fair.
Do it!
But you didn't expect this choice, did you?
It was only a little open when I found it.
Did you force her to do
Closed
it?
to keep us safe.
Hmm.
Pull on three.
No.
2, 3.
Well, that's not opening up anytime soon.
See?
Clementine, honey. My arm is gone because I cut it off.
Why would you do that?
Because I was bitten, Clem.
Please, no. No. That's not true.
Yes,
Aw.
it is. I'm sorry, Clementine. I'm supposed to take care of you. I can't now.
I know.
Oh, I'm getting teary-eyed. No,
I knew it!
please
I knew
don't.
it! You said you wouldn't. And you said you wouldn't. Tough as shit, my fucking ass
I
did.
think there might be a way out over there.
There's a walker in there.
Walker's still just posing. Like, yeah, I'm keeping watch. I'm keeping watch.
I'll help you.
Alright. Taking one step at a
Bro,
time.
that scene is... the reason why the scene is so impactful is because you followed Lee and Clementine this entire time, and then you are forced to,
I think we're good.
like, play his final
Bringing you
moments.
in here.
You're forced to play them. That's why the scene is so impactful.
Oh, you did, honey. It's awful out there. Well, they would have chewed me up.
It was hard.
I don't know how you did it, but you did good. Okay?
Yeah, you realize you're creating the main character's origin, not your own.
Yeah, we're
Yep.
almost there. Come on,
Yep.
let's go, Lee. You can do it.
Okay, I will tell you though, the rest of the series, you are now following Clem.
Get up, Lee.
The rest of the
The
series
door's
is
right
Clem's story. I won't lie to you anymore. The rest of it is Clem's.
I can't.
You have to.
Liam, I can't move. This is it for me here.
Please try to
How
get
did
up.
you choose to protect them? How did you choose? I
Come on,
want to
Lee.
know.
Come on. Oh, for fuck's sake.
I can't. You don't have much time. You gotta do something. Fast.
Like what?
You need to get out of here as soon as you can.
I can't leave you.
Just work on getting out, okay?
Hmm.
I was discussing that during the credits. I just want to know how this went.
Just start by getting that door open.
It's locked.
It's no big deal. It's just a glass window.
You're not gonna do it.
Ow!
There's a baseball
There's a
bat.
baseball bat under the counter, Clem. You can use that.
Like, the way that you feel so helpless in this scenario,
Have to shut
but you're still guiding Clem,
reach in, okay?
is...
Okay.
You feel so powerless. But it's a good powerless because it's an emotional powerless.
Alright.
Don't be afraid of him, honey. You're smart. Yes, you're smarter than all of them.
That's for sure.
We'll get you in there. Don't worry.
This is Lee's like parting moment, and the last thing he is the last thing that Clem is teaching is that the last thing he is teaching is resilience. He is fighting back this virus just mentally right now, and is like pushing you through.
This will be easy then. He's got keys. Probably to that door. And everything you'll need.
You use the bat to knock him the fuck out.
There are handcuffs on the ground. Get them.
Okay, Lee.
This seems way more dangerous.
I just want to see. I know I should be doing game dev stuff, but I just want to see this quick. What did you choose?
You have to handcuff the walker.
Oh, okay.
Easy then.
Interesting.
I don't know, Lee.
You can do it. Just be careful.
That's interesting.
Move around the side. Jump away if he gets close.
Lee.
You can do it.
So, just to let you know,
I believe in you, Clem.
you
Believe
actually
me.
had the choice to handcuff yourself there. You could handcuff Lee. I did just in case.
Nice. That's work.
Yeah. Yeah, you could handcuff him to the radiator.
Get the gun, Clem. Always the gun.
If you get the gun, you can shoot the Zambo. Oh, shit.
Oh.
At the back.
Grab it!
You feel even more helpless here.
Watch out!
Oh.
Oh!
The bat, Clem. Get the bat.
Come on, grab the bat. Yep. Nice. Nice. Nice.
Eric,
Nice.
am I just misremembering? I'm
Nice.
pretty sure you could handcuff Lee.
Nice.
Maybe now you can.
Another one
After
for good
this
luck.
bit. I actually can't remember.
I got
But
him.
I'm pretty sure you could.
That you did.
Great, Clem. Good job.
The choice. The choice.
My turn, honey. If I do, it won't be good.
No, you can't. You can't do that.
Trust me, Clem. I don't want to. I'm trying. I'm trying.
My parents.
What did you choose?
It's so
What
horrible.
did you
I
choose?
can't imagine, sweet pea.
And now, you. Please.
It's
Please
such a
don't
good
be
scene.
one of them. Please
When
don't
I
be
said
on
this
a
was
walker.
peak
There's
Telltale,
only
I
one
was
way to do
I
it.
fully meant it. This was peak
Oh my
Telltale.
god, no. No, no, no,
I
no,
don't know
no.
if I can.
The choice.
Oh.
The choice. What did you choose? What did you choose? I sat on this for 2 hours. What did you choose? I just leave. I'm not skipping.
I
I
have
want
to ask her to shoot me or to leave me. If I have her leave me, then I'll become a walker and I'll be like her parents and she'll have to live with that. If I get her to shoot me, it sets the precedent to show mercy. And it might harden her a bit. Fuck.
I can hear your tears,
I need to
Shad.
get her to shoot me.
I can hear your tears.
Alright. No more crying. You have to shoot me.
You have to shoot me, honey.
Lee, no.
It's okay. It's okay. Megan, first days we met. Do you remember?
Yeah, I do.
When I went out to rescue that boy, Grian, we met a girl. She'd been bitten too. All she wanted was to not come back as a walker.
Lee?
And I remember how hard it was to do that. But I'm glad I did. You don't want to see me like one of them.
Okay, Lee. I can do it. I can.
Oh god.
Find Tomid and Krista. They're outside of town.
Oh, I actually remember how game 2 starts now. Actually, yeah.
Back there?
Oh,
Yes.
game 2 actually starts based on what you picked there.
Good girl.
They'll take good care of you.
Oh shit.
And I'm glad you actually picked go with Omid. Omid and Krista. I'm not going to. No, I'm not going to tell you. I'm just telling you that was based.
Away from the
Like, I'm pretty
cities.
sure the start of the next game is actually based on that choice.
Definitely.
Because
They're just
how the
not-
games work is if you have save files of the previous games, it will remember what you said in those previous games. So, I actually really enjoy
And also
that
what?
choice
What?
out of all of them.
What is
So,
it?
No, don't
it's a really good
worry.
choice.
All right. I'll miss you.
Me too.
Oh, come on, don't do that.
Like other Telltale games? Yeah, but I don't think like many Telltale games are like as long as this series. The quivering
Mhm.
hits so hard. The quivering hits so hard. It's trying. She's trying to
And
keep
she
her
keeps
eyes
open.
like. Okay, here's the thing, right? She doesn't want to look, but the thing that's so subtle about that, about why she kept her eyes open, is because Lee said, when shooting a gun, keep your eyes on the target. Which is why he forces her eyes open. It's so powerful if you consider everything that those two have been through. And it's such a good scene. It's such a good scene. It would have broken me more if one of the last options was "I love you, sweet pea." That's fair. That's fair. That's very fair.
The Walking Dead.
I told you were gonna cry. I warned you. If even I cried at this scene,
Goddamn.
like, nah, you had no chance. You had no chance. This is one of the only games I have ever cried in.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Oh, this has actually changed a bit. When I last played this, removing Lee's arm was a majority of no. I'm glad that's changed. Okay. You're still upset? I would imagine so. I would imagine so. See, I'm allowed to laugh at this now because I've been through this. I did this back when I was like 14. So I'm years past this. Okay. What was I gonna go look for again? Um. Have you decided what you're gonna do for the game? So, my friend, my friend Luke, Jeff Drax, he's currently live, came into my chat yesterday, and was like while I was really struggling to come up with an answer for what I was gonna do, and he was like, "Wait, why don't you just recreate the game that we made in college? Because the game that we created in college was a demo, and also it was the first game, like it was the first time I was ever doing pixel art, so you know I sucked at it, and I'm actually okay at it, so." Yeah, I'll give you an example. If I go to Piskel, which is the old sprite app that I used to use, there's no longer accounts on this, unfortunately, which means that I had to save every file that I had on this. And if I just go to this real quick, pretty much all of these are to do with this game. Oh, actually, no, not just this game, but also my other project. There's a lot. There's a lot. So, if I try and grab one. This was probably one of the best bits. This is fully animated with like cherry leaves coming down. I'm not sure if the stream can see that properly. Yeah, that's just making it blurrier. But yeah, there's like cherry leaves coming off of this. It was kind of hard to make. I'm not gonna lie. This one tree took me about 2 weeks. I'm pretty sure. So, one of the other good things I made was probably the boat. This was decent. And then you want to get to the shite parts? Okay, actually, like this is but at the same time, yeah, it's alright. It's alright. It's so bad. It's so bad. Was it this one? Yup. Yup. Look at this masterpiece. This is some of my first pixel art ever, so for when it was done, it's alright. True. I mean, like here, I'll grab you some of the art that I made. The moment that I got a sprite, right? Where is it? I'll open it in a sprite so that way I can zoom in properly. Yeah, it's safe to say my skills improved. It's safe to say that my skills improved since then. And then past then, there's of course like I did this. And then I've done like I've done this. And I've done I mean, of course, there was this entire thing, which is fully animated. No, it's not. This one is. Like, I have worked on my pixel art a lot. Nope. There was this, which for some reason I didn't isometric, but sure, it worked. I mean, these two look like shit, but these two characters looked alright. I mean, I've done all of these, like. So. Oh, I love this Rapidash one. I actually love this Rapidash one. Yeah, done all of those. This was helping out a friend, who asked me, "Hey, right, you do pixel art and do tile maps and stuff, right?" I was like, "Sure." Hey, can you destroy my towns for my BTU game? I was like, "Sure, that sounds like fun." So, yeah, I created Destruction. Pain, Death, Destruction. Like, I was working on other ones, like floorboards. Which that one was alright. This one, just I never got around to finishing it. But I mean, it has a unique, like, design. Below Destruction, true. Like, this is the Jesus Christ. Could you guys even hear that? I actually don't know if you guys could hear that. Because I know my sounds on this page are kind of fucked. Heard a little bit of it? Okay. But not much. Hold up. I need to know what that means. Was very faint. You might have heard it through my headphones then. Was very faint. You might have heard it through my headphones then. Was very faint. Uh-oh, no. Okay. You might have heard it through. Done all of those. Oh, maps. Below Destruction, true. Hold up. I need to know what that meant. Yeah, pixel art and do. Guess I never got around to finishing it. But this is the. Yeah, you heard it through my headphones. That was what that was. How do I fix that? How does one fix that? Hold up. I might have a way. Maybe. I need a test, but hold up. Let's, for example, just do this. Which is not even being played. Have fun. Well, that worked. You guys heard it? Did you guys hear it?
Gonna ramp so.
Heard it very clearly.
Shit.
Interesting. Because I didn't hear it at all. Interesting. Because I didn't hear it at all. Maybe. I need a test, but have fun. For example, just do this. Which is not even being played. Have fun. Dad, what frequency are your ears? I can't even hear it on the VOD. What? What frequency can you listen to? Interesting, I heard it. Huh. Do you know the emu war? I mean, it was loud in my ear. Why was it though? Why though? Yeah, I'm sure Shaq could tell you all about the emu war. Here, wait, hold up. Like, what on your guys' end was it too loud? I'm gonna guess the answer to that is yes. Okay, I'm just gonna have to do it like this for now. I'm gonna try and fix it so that way both of us can hear this. Hold up. Huh. Hmm. I wonder what actually. Okay, wait, hold up. I'm gonna turn this back up real quick, and then I'm going to make it so that way where it was before. So you guys shouldn't be able to hear this anymore. I'm then going to open up this. No, I need specifically. I don't just need a volume mixer. I need to know what is playing the sound. So open sound settings. Volume mixer. No, I need to know like what's playing sound and what's not. Where can I access that? I need to know like specifically what the volume levels of everything is. Like, okay, I'm just gonna play something real quick, and you guys just tell me, can you hear it? And I'll tell you guys if I can hear it. Okay? I heard this. Did you guys hear it? Can't you see that in OBS? Only if I specifically can't hear it. Okay. So the thing is that I don't know what is specifically playing the sound? Is it OBS? Is it something that's hidden away on my PC? Because I don't know. Let's do an experiment, okay? Let's do a quick little experiment. If I put in OBS for sound, right, which you can't do, so that's fun. You can't capture OBS as sound. Cool. How fun. So the reason why, basically, to explain to you, Shad, the reason why is because the way that I have my sound set up, it's not that it's capturing anything that's on my desktop. The way I have it set up is that it's capturing everything individually. So that way, specifically, my Spotify, I can just cut that out from my VODs instantly without cutting anything else. So that way I can play music on stream, right? It's like, I can just play this playlist. Everyone knows this is copyrighted, right? Like, of course it is. Of course it's something that's copyrighted. I don't care, I'll blast it. Like, and we're fine, because it won't save in the VOD. It will save in clips, unfortunately, I think, but as long as I'm careful with that, we should be good. You know? So that's the reason why it's like that. Come with me. Can't you do an audio output capture? Yes, but that would gather everything on the PC, which means that you guys would hear everything twice. Here, let me give you an example. Let me pause the music. I'll put in this for PC audio output, right? And now we are gonna go to one of these game maker tutorials, like the one I was just on, and I'm gonna play a video. And you guys are gonna hear it twice.
Hey there, I'm Uselect, and in this tutorial, I'm gonna teach you how to create your first platform.
No, I mean you can use it to find where the sound is going. No, because an audio output capture will capture every bit of audio. It will capture everything. Anything that is on your desktop, it will capture all of that sound, as long as it is going towards that device. Right. So, like, I specifically need it. So, like, here's the thing, right? If I mute my one for here right now, and now I play this, I can still hear this, and I know for a fact that you guys can't, right? I know that you guys can't hear that. And now I unmute it, and now you guys can hear it again. Right? But, like, I can mute this, right? And then I can also play this. And now you guys can't hear this video, but you can hear my music, right? And I'm just playing a lot of sound in my noise, so now it's even harder to talk. So, that's the thing. I need to figure out where specifically that's going to. Because otherwise I can't really do it. Because I can't, like, when it comes to, like, a game or a window capture, I can capture exactly what that sound coming from that. I can't grab it from a URL. And that's the difference. You know, I'll just drag it over here so that way you guys can see it. So, like, if I go to here and properties, this is by clicking on this, right? By clicking this, I can now hear it. Sorry, no. I now, if I tick this, right, I now cannot hear sound alerts, but you guys can. And if I untick this, now you guys can't hear it, and I can. You see the problem? You see where the problem lies. right? So here's the thing. One thing I could potentially do is I do this, and I leave that where that is. Okay? Now I'm gonna create a new OBS browser, right? And we're gonna call this Sound Alerts 2. And then we're gonna plop this in, right? And remember how we didn't check it off there? We're now gonna check it here. Okay? To me, that sounds smart. So now I can control this for you guys, while still having it irate me. But the problem is, I'm not gonna be able to hear it. So that's the only problem, right? So if I set it to like here, the only way that we can really do this is test it, and we see if you can hear it, we see if I can hear it. So theoretically, you guys should be able to hear it right now. So if I do this, it's very loud in my ears. Very loud. Yes, can definitely hear that. Is it way too loud? Or is that just on my end? Nah? Okay. Was it too quiet? Or was it, like, just good? So the reason... Okay, I'll quickly take a look at this guide. But I guarantee you, this is not going to help me. Because most people do not do what I do. Yeah, you see how, like, they're just going off of audio capture? That's why it doesn't work for me. Because if I bring up mine, look how I have, this is capturing Opera GX. This is capturing Spotify. This is capturing Discord. Right? That's why it doesn't work for me. Just good? Cool. Let me, like, say for example, if I was to play a quieter sound alert. So, like, the yippee, I guess. Was that still fine, or too quiet? That was fine? Okay. Now, new test. So remember, this is the one that has control. And I just made it so that way it doesn't visually appear on screen, right? Now we're going to test. Can you guys still hear this if I hide it? Okay. We good or no? Nope. Okay. Interesting. If I hide my one, can I still hear it? And you guys not? I heard it. Did you guys? Can hear it. Perfect. Perfect. That's all I needed to hear. Okay, that's fixed. Cool. Perfect. Gracias. As always, people tried to destroy it. There you go. Okay. Oh, right. I've also now realized, this is not open. But that shit, yeah, I don't wanna be that kid. And I'm gonna hang my head and... There you go. Okay, what was I doing again? And anyway, yeah, I've given you your Pedro back, so there you go. And it still ear-rapes me, so, you know, it's fine. I can change that, but I'm not bothered to, so. So, what was I doing? I was doing this, but I pretty much completed everything I wanted to do with this. Alright. Okay, that was a good test. So now here's an interesting question. Does this program autosave? Just out of curiosity. Does this autosave? This does autosave to an extent. Okay. Good to know. I didn't need this to autosave. I was just curious if it would. Actually, wait. Does it? Never mind, it does. I don't actually need that. I can get rid of these now. So long to the no. I want to get rid of them. That would be great. Cold hearted and I getting started and I target nah. So that is wrong, I can't go. Very interesting. Also, now this is Mac. That's, I don't know, maybe I accidentally deleted it or something. What you see? Gonna me, the big gonna me royalty. Took me loyalty. Test top down is what we're gonna call this. Test top down. So we are just quickly going to, very quickly, we are just going to create a sprite. Nothing complicated. Literally nothing complicated about this. I just want to create a sprite to help me along with this. I'll do a 32 by 32. And then I want if I make a box that is about this big. I know that's a very elongated box, but if I do this, and then I do this, I'm literally just testing things, by the way. Like, I'm not, nothing about this is final. I'm just testing things. So I just need some test sprites. This is so trash, but it's gonna need to work. Royalty, royalty, royalty. 4 a.m. for you, gonna head out? Fair. Very fair. Have a good one, mate. Good luck with the game. I mean, it's not going to be done for months, so all the luck to that, I guess. I can't fly. Yeah. So I put my middle finger up. And then I just need to center this. Not a prisoner. Better listen when I say. Okay, there you go. Ba 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 da 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 da. Da 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 da. In the eye. Die. Game. Test. Test. Top. Down. Sprites. Don't be in your save. Player. You should be afraid. Not a prisoner. I have made this a single sprite. Right, I've saved it, but I haven't exported it. Which I will do now. I get another siren. It is satisfied. It would have been another. I'm for dying. It is satisfied. Alright. It has been another. It is dying. So I put my middle finger up, and don't be in your say. My generation's had enough, and you should be afraid. Not a prisoner. Okay, and now let's create another one of these. Very simple. Your tears and partners in crime, partners in crime. Again, very scuppadoodles, but that's what we're doing. Okay, player. Gonna call this one wall. Very creative of me, I know. Gonna export this out, and then we need one more, which is gonna be floor. Which we'll do is gray. Which sure we're doing green, so that way it differentiates from the player. I never take as a lie. If that's for your royalty, I've heard them partners in crime. Partners in crime. Like, eventually I'm gonna have to create an entire sprite map. But I'll probably do that in terms of, like, whatever levels I need, so. Want to go down with that fine. And you're gonna go, you got a pen, and I'm gonna scared. Now don't you quit, gotta be alive, hit a sign. Okay, now we are gonna try and figure this out, because I could be a smart boy about this, right? Part of the want to work about. Never there. That's a lie. A war. Partners in crime. And down. Put the weapons down. Any man. Aim. Fire. I don't know, glad the guys are going. Everything on display. I and read at each other's side. And the death would do us part, and the end of die. Okay, let's take the player out of event. We're gonna create. Now, when we create, when we create, we want its speed to be 0 on both axes. Okay. Not only that, we want. It was something to do with the resolution. It was window. Window underscore set size. Yeah. Set size 1280 720. Okay, that's great. Then we want step. Not going on. I went down that law. Realistically, this should be the same setup. So, well, for the most part. So, I want speed to be 0, and I want speed to be 0. I don't want gravity this time, so I shouldn't set Y speed to 0.1 because I'm making a top-down game. I'm dead low. Not going on. Okay, so if keyboard underscore check order A, if this happens, I want keyboard check A, I want come on, I can remember. A is X speed equals -1. And then if keyboard underscore check order W, y speed equals +1. If keyboard underscore check underscore bracket order s if keyboard underscore check order cap sensitive, my bad. I need to remember that. These stuff are cap sensitive. So my habit of constantly holding shift is very bad. He's getting closer. Is it something like to it'll be the day I die for you. And then I want move and collide. And then I want this to be x, comma, y, comma, object walls. Object wall close. In theory, that should work. In theory. So I double click on the room. We can change the size to something like 300 by 300. We'll do 320 by 320. Take everything around. So now if I place walls, just place these in like a random amalgamation for right now. I don't know, do something like this. This could be the day I die for you. Right now, this is just examples. And then in every other square, I want to place floor. I know everything all day. Wait. Yeah, thanks for placing them all over the place. That's just what I wanted. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, once I place in all of these floors, there's surely got to be a better way to do this, by the way, but I guess I'll figure that out along the way. Why? I don't want a storm inside. I'm gonna stay. And the eye of the storm. And the eye of the storm. So if I was just to try and run this, it loads. The floor doesn't. Error in action number 1 of step event 0 for object floor. Attempting to set instance ID. So if I'm getting this right, it wants me to put floor in this. It wants me to put the object floor in this. If I do this, does it run? Yes. But now I won't be able to move, correct? Yeah. So how do I... Let's try something. If I just set that to be 0, do you know work? Nope. Cannot set a constant value for overflow. Okay. So... Inconvenient. In your back, but let's bat down the day, the man, the one of it. Interesting. Hmm. If I were to get rid of all of that, out of curiosity, would you let me run it? Yes. Although you haven't put it in this resolution, which is interesting. But can I move? No. Is it because I'm touching nothing? If I was to move myself here, would I be able to move? No. Huh. Got a head full of spiders, and a heart that isn't here. And I were full of lighters, and my demons reappear. Oaken cigarettes and bullet holes. More than a time, I'm alone. I guess we any higher. Nothing ever will. Gotta say so bad, gotta say clear. I know I'm missing till they pull me at the mistake. And I can remember. Color eyes are on my face. And I can come up pretender. And I broken cigarettes and bullet holes. I'm on the test. I'm alone. And guess we any higher than ever will. Let's see. Do 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 do. Um. Do do do. I should probably go get some water. And while I'm going downstairs, I might grab food if it's there. So there's a potential for that. So I'm gonna go do that. You know what? You know what? We'll make a thing. Give me a second. Just for right now, we're just gonna put a be right back. We know it. Be right back. Do like this. Really? For right now, that's good enough. Alright, I will be right back, guys. Alright, we back. We back, and I have food. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I've barely eaten anything all day, I'll be completely honest. Barely eaten anything. So you know what? We are gonna go... We're gonna learn and we're gonna eat at the same time. So... Yeah, that's fine. It's not an arcade game. Where is it? I don't know. Oh, sure, we'll go with this. Yeah, top-down game. There you go. Do you have a video for this? That would be great. Negativo. Negativo. Okay, let's go to YouTube. The good old YouTubes. And what we're gonna do is we are gonna look up. Interesting. Game maker top down RPG.
The world needs to know the truth.
Here's how I use Photoshop to turn this into this using their extended
Thanks for almost getting me banned off Twitch. Thank you.
Would you like to know how to make collisions for a top-down game?
Yes, I
where
would.
you might be able to turn something like this into something that looks like this.
Yeah, that's what I
Well,
want.
keep watching and I'll show you how.
Okay, so I had a little bit of a think, and if I had like thought about it, maybe if you place the floor on the background layer, maybe it will work then, but I don't know. But then my movement was still scuffed, so I still don't know.
G'day gamers. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to do collisions for a top-down game. Now by top-down, I mean we can move left, right, up, down, and we're not affected by gravity. Essentially, it's the camera above the player at some sort of angle, and we can move around like a bird's eye view. So I've created a new drag and drop project. I'm just going to start by changing my view to custom order so that I get a view that's not set at alphabetical order. That's just up to personal preference. Now the first thing I want to do is create a player, but we'll need a sprite to represent what the player looks like.
Sprite object.
So right click on sprites, go to create and go down to sprite. And let's name this S_player. Now I don't want this size, so click on the size and we'll change it to 16 and just tab to 16. Press apply. And let's edit that and set it.
Okay, you're
color.
just gonna
I'm just
create
going to
one
choose a blue
there.
color and select the fill tool and then fill that in. Lastly, we want to center the origin, and the origin is the center of the sprite. So we can just use the drop-down box and set it at middle center. Let's close that down. Now we need an object to represent our sprite in the room. So right-click on objects, go to create, and just go to object. And let's call this O_player. So the O stands for object,
I have
whereas
done this.
the S up here stands for sprites. That's just a naming convention that helps us identify the assets. So we can assign this sprite to the player, and we can just move this up here. Now I'm going to create an event, and an event is basically a when action for the player. You have various events that will enable things to happen at certain times. And when we create an event, for example, a step event, we then set actions in that event, and they will run when the event occurs. Now a step event happens 60 times a second. So the code in here will run 60 times a second. And what I want to do is capture the movement for our player. So if we type over here key, we can see the mouse and keyboard movement. And I'm just going to have one that says if key is down, which means that whatever we set here, and it's going to be the movement. So I want to use the A
Okay, well,
key
I'm doing
to
this in
move
code,
left
so
rather than the arrow keys. So I can go to A, and that means when this key is being pressed, we want to do
this is very useful. Thank you.
something. And in this case, I'm going to set a variable. I'm just going to call it left. And we'll assign the value to that variable of 1. So when A is being pressed, left will equal 1. Now this will be useful later when we actually calculate the movement of the player. But for now, let's just capture all the keys. So I'm going to take a copy and a paste of that and ensure it's dragged under this one. And we're going to change it from A to D. And this will be for the right key. Now I'm going to paste it again. And this time I'm going to capture the W. So you can even just type it in here. And W is for up. So we're capturing the up press. And click on this, click paste again. And this time we want to capture the S key. Now make sure these are in capitals. And if that's down, we want to capture down. So every time a key is pressed, we're setting this variable to 1. Now what can happen is the step event can get quite lengthy. So our get input here is quite long. So instead of having this represented in the step event, I'm going to move this to a function. And that way we can call the function when we want to get the input. So over here under scripts, I'm going to right click and go to create and create a script. And scripts can be used to hold functions. So we want to hold the function of get underscore input. Now we can have multiple functions per script, but I'm going to name the script this, and I'm going to have just one function in the script. So back at the player, we want to take all of this. So I can click the bottom, click the top, and press Control X to cut it out. Go back to our get input and paste it in. Now you notice that this line indicates that this code is not connected to this function. This indicates that it runs after that function runs. If we want this code to be part of the function, we need to drag it to this side. So select the bottom.
I have a slight
select
feeling
the
this
code
isn't
just
going to
below
be
the
useful to
function
me,
call, and I'm
simply
going to
because it's
drag
not
that over
code.
here. And now all of that code is part of the get input.
I want to break free.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Listen, don't go doing anything stupid.
It's
Hello
something on
everyone,
Sky
I'm Sean
TV, of
Spaulding,
course
and
it's
this
going to
is
be
the
stupid.
first part of a long tutorial series that will show you how to build your own Zelda-like action RPG from scratch in Game Maker Studio 2. We're going to be covering top-down movement and animation, talking to NPCs, branching dialogue and fulfilling objectives, buying items from a store, fighting monsters, using various unique items, and a whole bunch more. There's a demo available in the description, so you can go ahead and play the thing that we're actually going to make, and you can also use that page to get access to each episode's source code as it releases. This is a beginner to intermediate level tutorial series, and while I will be delivering my usual style of thorough explanations for each piece of code, in order to actually get through this series I won't have time to break down everything. So if you're a total beginner to coding anything at all, I might recommend my complete platformer tutorial series first. Maybe not the whole thing, but at least until you get the hang of things. But as long as you've either coded before in other languages, or you've even a little bit of experience coding in GameMaker, you should be just fine. We're going to be opening up just by setting up our game resolution, bringing in our player sprite and moving it around the room. Humble beginnings. So let's open GameMaker Studio 2, start a new GML project, and let's get started. So the very first thing I'm going to do in our totally blank project is bring in the sprite for our hero, our player character, Lulu the cat. So I'm going to right click anywhere in the workspace, go to resources and hit create sprite, or you can also press Alt S as you can see. Then I'm going to click import. Now in this folder you can see I actually have all of the assets that I've handmade for this entire series all in one folder. You can download this folder from the video description if you just want to follow along and don't want to spend time making all your own sprites and that kind of thing. I will be explaining kind of how each sprite is set up as I bring them in, so if you do want to make your own artwork, and I highly recommend doing so, you'll be able to follow along there as well. But to speed things up for us throughout the series,
I've gone ahead and made all the artwork ahead of time. So if you
Fair
have
enough. Fair
these
enough.
assets available to you, the sprite I'm looking for is called splayer_strip4. Now, if I, before actually bringing this in, if I just right click and hit open and get it kind of in a thing here, you can see this image is a transparent PNG with our four frames all spread evenly apart. And because I've done that, and because I've named it with this _strip4 at the end, GameMaker knows when I bring it in that it's an image made of 4 frames. And you can see it's automatically split it up into 4 frames. Okay. What I'm doing here with the player sprite, and what I'm doing with a lot of our player sprites going forward, is I'm actually containing all 4 directions of movement that we want our player to be able to face. We'll actually be able to move in 8, but animation-wise, we're going to stick to 4, because doing 8 directions of movement for every type of animation would take a lot of time and isn't really necessary for what we want to do.
Yes, it would.
So what
Yes,
I'm
it would.
doing is, for all 4 directions, I'm keeping all the animation for each direction in one sprite, and then we're going to use some code to dynamically play the animation rather than just relying on the sprite framework to play an animation for us. When you're making a top-down game, it's very handy to do something like this, because otherwise you're going to need a separate sprite for up, another sprite for left, right, down, and so on. Okay, so if you can find a way, as we're going to contain all the directions for a given sprite
Cool.
in one
I'll
sprite,
do it later.
do so. The code for that won't
It's
be
not a
until
job for
quite
now.
a bit later,
It's a
but
job
just
for
so
later.
you understand why on earth we've got like 4 directions in one sprite. If you play the animation, he just spins around, but obviously that's not the animation we're actually going to have in the final game. So now we've brought this sprite in, I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to call it splayer. Okay. And so again, if you want to set up your own version of the sprite, you want to make 4 directions for your player character standing idle, starting with facing to the right, then facing up, then facing left, and then facing down, in that order. Okay, it's very important that they are in that order if you make it, and it'll be that same order throughout our player sprites for running, jumping, and all that kind of stuff later on. Okay, it'll be first facing right, then up, then left, then down. It's to do with how directions kind of work in GameMaker. It'll become clearer later on, but that's the order in which you want. Do it. Okay, the origin for the sprite, this is always important, is going to be in the bottom center. Okay, that's going to be where our player is considered to actually be in the game world at any point in time. Okay, because even though it's top down, it's also sort of not, because we've got kind of a front facing view here and a sort of side facing thing here. Okay, we can still actually see the character. It's more of a 3/4 view, right, rather than strict top down.
I mean, either way, this also makes sense, because whenever an enemy is going to be trying to check where you are, it's going to check if it's on top of you, which if you place it at wherever your character's feet is, then it makes more sense to where it collides, rather than it like scraping your head or something.
In order to represent that, the origin of where we consider the player to actually be when they're in the game is going to be in the bottom center of the player sprite. Okay. Then the other thing we want to set up is the collision mask. We don't want a full like rectangle for the whole thing, so I'm going to go to manual. I want to define this manually, and I'm going to set it to be around this kind of size. Okay?
Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe bring it up one.
Again, like your head, like if they're behind you, that would not make sense if they just stand in your
here
head.
I've got it at 4 left, right 12. 14 top and bottom 23. I just want kind of a vague square here to represent the area of space we want to be collidable as our player is walking around. Like our head probably isn't going to count. We could probably even make it like smaller, because it's kind of like this sort of area of the player that we're going to want to consider collidable. Okay, Adjust as you need to. This feels about right for my particular player sprite. We might come back to adjust it later depending on various other things, but for now this will do fine. So now that we have
Makes
an
sense.
image to represent our hero and our player, we can go ahead and close this and create an object which is going to contain all of the logic and interactivity of our player. We're going to name it OPlayer to start with. And then
Object
we're going to
player,
assign it sprite to match SPlayer. The next thing we're going to do, and get this out of the way nice and early, is set collision mask to not be same as sprite, but to specifically label it as SPlayer. Okay, that's important. You might think, well, what's the difference? Same as sprite would mean that it is SPlayer, right? But what we're going to do throughout the game, we're obviously going to animate our player, is going to change sprite from SPlayer to SPlayer walk or SPlayer roll and various other different things. And what we don't want is for our collision mask to then change with the change in sprite and to have to set up that collision mask to be the same on every single sprite. What we do is just set the collision mask to strictly be SPlayer so that when our sprite changes, our collision mask does not, and it stays as that collision mask that we set up in our sprite. Now, before we get into the events and logic that control the player, let's take a look at our first room. So you should have a room by default called room 0 here. You open that up, you'll just get this big blank rectangle. And we're going to go ahead and change the width and height of the room. I'm going to change mine to 320 by 180. Okay, this is going to be the resolution of the game, 320 by 180, and we're going to use this room to kind of define that. Now, you can use whatever resolution you like. You can use much higher resolution. The reason I'm going for this one is, one, because it's the resolution all my sprites were designed for. This is a tiny 16 by 24 sprite. And also 320 by 180 is a useful resolution as it divides very cleanly into a lot of popular 16 by 9 resolutions. And since it divides evenly into them, you're not going to get any problems when you scale up your pixel art to those most common resolutions. It's very simple. It'll happen automatically. It allows us to go full screen very easily and run in a window of various different sizes. All right, so we've set it to 320 by 180 here, but and if I just click on the instances layer, click on OPlayer, and just sort of place him somewhere in the game room, right? And then if I run the game, just on this, you can see him spinning around as well, because that the player sprite is obviously animating at the moment. But you probably can't see much at all here, and that's because I actually use a 4K monitor, so this is going to be no good for you following the series. On a 1080p monitor, it might be a bit bigger and be about this much, and you might be able to see it. But what you might want to do, you definitely want to do this if you're using a 4K monitor, and if you don't, you probably still want to do it just so you can see a bit more, is we're going to stretch the viewport up, okay? So if I go to viewports and cameras and click enable viewports, and then go to viewport 0 and click visible, okay, and you'll see we get this white rectangle that showed up that's way bigger than our game room at the moment, and this is the camera that's we're going to set up. So we're going to change the width and height of the camera of what it can actually see in the game world to be what our room size is, so 320 by 180, which changes that white rectangle to match. But then in viewport, which is how big it is in the game window, we're going to change width and height to be, for me, I'm going to change it to 1280 by 720. If you're following along on 1080p resolution, you might want to use 640 by 360. And I'll show you that now if I run that. You see it's still a bit small for me, but for most people on like a 1080p monitor, that'll be nice and big. But I'm going to do 1280 by 720. And that's a bit nicer, so we can kind of see what's actually going on. All right. If you are on a 1080p monitor and you use 640 by 360, the size proportionally should kind of match up to what I've got now. It is important to get all this stuff kind of sorted out as early as you can in your project. That's why we're doing it now before we even have any game logic. You know, we're deciding on our resolution and what it's going to be, so we can keep things consistent. So I'm going to close that now, and the other thing we want to do with our resolution very quickly is go to Game Options, come to Windows, and then Graphics. If you tick Allow Full Screen Switching, this will do is it will enable a shortcut in your game just built into the runner. So if you press Alt and Enter at any point, will automatically swap to full screen. It's arguable that you might want to do a manual setup of this, but this is more than good enough for our game and what we're going to make, okay? And I'm also going to make sure here in the scaling, it is by default, but just make sure keeps aspect ratio is ticked. Because we're using this resolution, as I say, on most 16:9 monitors, you're not going to have much problem with scaling because we're using a very low resolution that scales nicely to 720 and 1080p and 4K. But if you do put the game on like a 4:3 monitor or something like that, it'll end up producing black bars when you scale up, but it'll stop your art from like stretching and looking weird, okay? If you want to know more about working with different resolutions that aren't 16:9 and how to deal with black bars and resolutions and things like that, there's a very good, I think it's 2-part series by Pixelated Pope on resolution and aspect ratio management. He goes over everything in a lot of detail. Highly recommend going and checking that out if that's something that interests you for your specific project or your game. But as I say, for what we're doing, just setting this up, ticking this on, and using this specific resolution and keep aspect ratio, allow full screen switching is more than good enough for what we want. So if I run the game now, see our black window here, and if I press Alt Enter, you can see it's given us full screen, and the pixels are nice and clean. They're not like stretched or distorted in any way because it's scaled right up all the way to 4K with no problem, and it would to 1080p.
Eve.
Eve Online is a vast universe.
As well. So now that was a lot of setup, but I promise you it was very important. But now we can finally go ahead and start writing some actual game code. In fact, if I just close the workspace down just to get rid of everything and click this plus, make a brand new workspace, so it's nice and clean, just a quick way of doing that. And then we'll close the room as well and get rid of that on the side. Open our player object, nice and blank, and click add event, add the create event, okay? And you'll get an empty code window. Now, most of the time if I'm working in a code window, what I'll want to do first of all is maximize it. I personally make the font nice and big, but that's just more for the benefit of you guys watching the video. Depending on what device you're watching it on, it might be harder for you to see, etc. But you can shrink and increase the font size with F7 and F8 in case you are interested in how I am doing that. Alright, there might be some default text here that doesn't match what I've got here, but get rid of anything that's in the code window when you first create it, so it is just totally blank, okay? The first thing I'm going to type in here is image_speed. You can see that's come up in the autocomplete as well, and when I finish it, it turns green, and set that to 0. That's going to stop us spinning around, okay? Because as I said, we're going to manually handle all of our animations later on. So we're going to turn image speed to 0, so that basically disables the automatic animation of this particular object, okay? Then I'm going to declare a couple more variables. Hspeed equals 0, that's going to represent our horizontal speed, and vspeed equals 0, which is going to be our vertical speed at any given time. The only other variable I'm going to define is how fast we are able to move when we want to walk. I'm going to set that to 2 pixels a frame. So I'm going to set speed walk to equal 2.0. It should be stated I have my own naming conventions for variables, and you can use whatever you like, but just try and be consistent, okay? You don't have to use all the variables I use. It'll make it easier, certainly, to follow along with the tutorial, but I have my personal naming conventions. You can use whatever you like. Now, before we go any further, I'll just run that just to demonstrate that image speed 0, as you can see there, stopped us from animating, okay? So now we're going to add the step event for the player, which controls everything that happens, every single game step, control the vast majority of our player logic is going to go in there. Now we could go back to the workspace and click add event again, but what I'm going to do is just right click in the code editor, okay, of OBlayer create, just to keep us in full screen, and go to add open event, and add the step event, okay? Then that adds the step event. Like if I go back to the workspace, you can see it's in there now. And we're ready to start adding code to that. Just a quicker way to do that for you, okay? Now the first thing we want to do with the player on any given frame is find out what keys the player is actually pressing. Okay, so then we can work out what to do with those inputs.
For me, it's
later, whether
WASD.
we're moving, activating something, attacking, opening the menu, and so on. Okay, so we're going to have a whole bunch of variables that store the state of various different keys on our keyboard. Okay, so key left. That's gonna be about whether or not we're pressing the left arrow key or the A key, as we'll come to in a bit. But for now, just whether or not we're pressing the left arrow key. So I'm going to type keyboard underscore check VK left, okay, which is obviously going to return true if we're currently pressing the left arrow key and false if we're not, okay. So that's 1 if we're going left, or 0 if we're
this to me is stupid. So
and then very similarly, key right equals keyboard underscore check open bracket VK underscore right close bracket.
Oh right, semi-close-ons. I forgot about that.
Key. Now I'll just quickly do key up and key down.
Okay, the other thing that are there OR checks in Game Maker? Rid of this. Or so it looks like yes, but this doesn't work. So hold on. The open project, blank game 1. Okay, so we know this works. So now if I play, you break. Okay. So if I press A, I move left. If I press the left arrow key, I also move left. So that's how I can do it. By writing out this. That way you can use either A or left, depending on what you prefer. Okay. So that's how I can do that.
That's exactly the same thing. Okay, remember to end every line of code with a semicolon. GameMaker actually lets you get away with not using semicolons in a lot of places, but please do. It's very good practice to declare the end of a function or a line of code. Okay. Oh, and that's
yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
You can see
I
this
actually
is
completely
blue
forgot
because I spelt this wrong. There was a handy little spell check for you there. Change that to that. Now I'm going to establish a couple more button presses.
I completely forgot about that,
just
about
for
code.
things that won't be used in this episode but will be used later. Just makes sense to get them all in now so we don't have to keep coming back to this part of the step event. Okay, so I'm going to do key activate is going to equal keyboard check pressed. Slightly different function, so keyboard check tells us whether or not the key is currently down or not. Pressed tells us whether or not it was pressed this particular step. Okay, so if key activate, that's going to be when we talk to NPCs, activate objects, pick things up, and so on. That's going to be the space bar. Now I'm going to do just a couple more of these real quick. So I've added key attack in here, which is for attacking things. That's going to be our shift key. We're going to use the control key on the keyboard for activating items, things like the hook shot and the bow that are going to come a lot later in the series. Okay, just getting them in there now. The other thing is, I'm just going to shrink the font a little, so I guess we need some space on the end of these lines. Now, these are all like well-known keys on the keyboard that we can do with VK underscore, left, right, and so on. If you want to use individual letters, it works a little bit differently. We have to use what's called the ORD function. So if we say we don't want to use the left arrow key and we want to use A, like for doing WSAD, right? Instead of VK left, I would type ORD, open bracket and close bracket, and in those close brackets, we put 2 quotation marks, okay? And then in between those 2 quotation marks, we put the letter that we want to use, okay? Don't worry too much about that now. That's just how you do it, okay? That's just how you get the letter in relation to the keyboard, okay? As compared to like these VK rights, VK up, it's interchangeable, okay? If you want a letter on the keyboard, that's the function you use. Middle click it to bring up the manual if you want to learn more about it. But that's all you need to know about that for now. The other thing is, well, what if we want to check 2 keys? Well, we can actually do that. We can check, in fact, technically as many keys as we want in one particular variable. What we
I
can
did
do
not need to do
is,
this.
because this will just return true or false, what we can do is combine it with another thing that will contain true or false, and we perform a logical OR statement with it. So if I type OR there, you can see it's kind of bold.
I did not need to check this, but I mean, I did.
And I can put keyboard check OR, and if I just change this one back to VK left. So what an OR does is it returns true if either one of the 2 functions are true. Okay, and if they both have to be false in order for it to return false. Okay, so if either one of them is true, this will become 1 or true, right? Okay. The other way we can type OR as well, there's 2 ways to do it. You can either write it like that, or you can write it with 2 vertical pipes, I believe they're called. Okay.
I think I'm just going to use OR.
It is on my keyboard. It might be somewhere else on your
I think I'm just going to use OR.
But
that sounds better.
There it is for me. Once you've done that, remember to put a semicolon at the end of here to declare exactly where the end of this particular line of code is. I'm going to do the same thing for right, up, and down. We're going to OR them with their WSAD equivalents. So obviously feel free to pause the video while you go and actually copy those things down, right? Okay, so now that we've got our inputs, we know which keys the player is pressing, which keys the player is not pressing. We can begin to use that to process what to actually do with our player, where we want to move, how we want to behave. Now we're going to do this slightly differently from how we do movement in, say, a platform game where we quite simply move along one axis left and right, and every now and again jump. We just sort of handle the 2 axes fairly independently. We're going to combine our up and down axis with our left and right axis to find a vector of movement. So we're going to work out, by combining, you know, our up and down key and our left and right key, work out what angle we're trying to move at and how far to move in that direction. The reason to do it this way is because if we handle top-down movement, if you think about it like moving on a grid, if you've ever played like a grid-based board game, you might be familiar with the fact that moving diagonally across a grid moves you way faster in a particular direction than moving just horizontally or just vertically. If we were to move 2 up and 2 to the right simultaneously, that combines to a total distance further than what we want our actual maximum speed to be, meaning that you're able to move faster just by moving diagonally. We don't want that, so we're going to do some simple vector stuff to make sure that we're always moving the exact same distance regardless of whether or not we're moving diagonally. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is use a little clever trick to work out the direction of movement based on all 4 of these keys. So we're going to combine all 4 of these keys together to work out a final direction. So if we're pressing like up and right, we should end up with an angle of 45 degrees. That's assuming 0 degrees is starting from facing to the right. So like 45 degrees would be facing upright, 90 degrees would be facing up, and so on. Okay, we're going to get back an angle. So input
Let's see, we're moving
direction is what's going to store an angle. And it's going
clockwise.
to equal point underscore direction. That's a
No,
function
anti-clockwise.
that you can use by plugging two coordinates in, and it'll tell you the angle between those two coordinates in your room. The room part of it actually doesn't matter for us. We're just going to use the fact that this is a quick way to calculate a direction between two different like grid positions essentially, right? So my first position is actually just going to be 0, 0, just kind of as like a root position. Imagine it as the root position on a graph, okay? And then I'm going to type key right minus key left. Okay, so if key right is 1, it means we're pressing the right arrow key. If key left is 1, we're pressing the left arrow key. So if we're pressing them both, they cancel each other out, because 1 minus 1 is 0. If we're pressing neither, they cancel each other out. 0 minus 0 is 0. But say we're just pressing key right, 1 minus 0 would be 1. So think of that again on a grid.
That's all of that. That was the thing we did before. That. And speed equals 0. Right now, like, this doesn't actually matter because, you know, it doesn't have animation. But it's nice to put it in anyway. We're gonna do this. Because X speed makes more sense to me than H speed. May as well separate that. It makes it easier to read. Y speed. Would I remember these in the moment though? I think if I did this, I think I would be able to remember them better. So I'm gonna do that. So instead of horizontal and vertical, I'm doing X and Y because my brain is very much more mathematical. So that makes more sense to me. And then I'm fine with his other naming conventions, so key left equals key left and left equals if keyboard keyboard underscore check pk underscore left or keyboard underscore check bracket board bracket a bracket, and then I need to do this for every other direction. So bang, 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 and then right, right, D, up, up, W, down, down, S, It's a very bad habit I have of holding down shift. How do you work? What do you mean unset? um key interact equals if keyboard underscore check
Direct.
we'll make interact E key key attack equals if mouse underscore button fuck I want it to be a mouse press. Yes, I know this. Hmm. Is it a console that I want? There shouldn't be any flaw. I don't know where any of that's coming from. Game Maker, where did you put my code? What was I typing code into? I was typing all of that into the floor, wasn't I? That would make sense for me. That would indeed make sense for me. You know what? Start from scratch. Get rid of everything. All I want to do is get something to move. That's all I want. Okay? So that's all we're going to do. We are going to have blobs. Good old blobs. Fucking actual spray with just blobs. And we can do a 16 by 16. Oh wow, what a great spray. Okay, that's the player. Objects, create object. Okay, now I want to create a spray for walls. I have no clue what you're typing. Some play. Code. Yeah, with no context. Like, I don't know what that's for. I'm simplifying it in my head by just starting over. I clearly did something wrong because I'm trying to do too much at once. So I'm just starting over. Which is fine because right now I'm just messing around anyway, so it's kind of whatever. And I want to create an object of our walls. Cool. Then I want to go to the player. I want to create Put the image spin right now, we don't need it. X speed equals 0. Y speed equals 0. Walk speed equals this. Add event, step again, this. Key left equals if it were like this, would you be more okay with it? No, okay, whatever. If keyboard underscore, let's go check. Odd a where it's basically requesting data on function chunk. Yeah, you've already lost me. Explain it to someone who's not really coded before in their life, some play. That would be very useful. What do you mean, Kek W? I've told you I don't code. You already knew this. You can't Kek W me for not knowing how to do something. If you want to help, then help.
Is what's going to store our angle, and it's going to equal point underscore direction. That's a
With?
function.
I mean, you just
that we
randomly
use by
post something into
plugging
my in chat, and it's like, yeah, this will help you. It's like, what? Huh? Like, in what universe?
two coordinates. A quick different. One will be second. One are always to let you know in case.
Okay, so basically you're just confusing me for the sake of confusing me. Thanks.
In case you're not aware, angles in Game Maker are always considered 0 degrees facing to the right, and then they circle around all the way back to 360 degrees also facing to the right. Okay, so 90 degrees is up, 180 degrees is left, 270 is down. Okay, and then that is also why, as we come into our sprite, we see
Sure.
we've got the sprite organized in that same way. Okay, so our first sprite is 0 degrees, then 90, then 180, then 270. Say keys will be 0. Return. This is actually true. I would just check this -0. You move into this 4. About to length. Plug in a length and direction, which we happen to have. We have a magnitude and a direction right here, and it'll give us back the x component of
Okay. It's code used for online activities Yeah, no, you said that.
of that vector. Okay, so it'll tell us how far along the x-axis we have to travel to move if we were going to make that particular movement happen. All right, so the length we're going to provide it is input magnitude, which is a 1 or a 0, depending on whether or not we're moving, multiplied by speed walk. Okay, that's our walking speed, which we know is 2 pixels per frame. And then that's the thing you could change if you are holding a button to run or something like that. You could do speed run and so on, right? Okay. And the direction we're going to give it is obviously input direction, that angle that we worked out. All right. And I'm going to do the same again with vertical speed, but instead of length to x, we're going to use length to y, so we're going to get that y component of our movement. Use input magnitude multiplied by speed walk, input direction, again, exact same inputs because it's the same length, same direction, all right? Then, very simply at the bottom, x plus equal h speed, y plus
Plus equal, plus equal, plus equal. I know that exclamation mark equals is not equal to. What is plus equals again? Addition assignment. The addition assignment operator performs addition.
plus equal v speed. So that's everything. You'll notice as we have this little warnings still up here that tell us we've only used these variables once. Very handy as you build up the code later on to be able to see back if you've declared any variables you haven't actually used throughout your project. It's because we're only going to use those later on, so again, don't worry about those. Let's run the game now for press F5. We see we've got our game window.
Why is this an unexpected? You still don't change. Why are you unexpected? Pain. Oh, wait. He hasn't put if statements here. I'm an idiot. There is no if statement. The if statement is a lie. Now potentially you run. Still no. Line 7. This. I put down or, which should work. If I put down this, you work? No. Okay. It's time to do a staring contest between the two things. What is different? The double line is an or statement. So what the heck is different? Because right now, I'm not seeing anything. Right now, I'm not seeing anything different. Move this over to the other monitor, so that way I can look better real quick. The only thing I haven't really put in yet is the key active, key in, key attack, and key item. Other than that, pretty much copy this one for one. So zero and bracket, or the line is literally the same. What is your problem with this bracket? Inconsistent naming. Recommended name is input direction. What? What do you mean inconsistent naming? I haven't inconsistently named anything. What? And also, why are you doing it on this bracket? I didn't put a fucking open bracket. Yeah. That's where it is. Okay. So theoretically, they should now run. There's nothing on the page because I haven't put anything on the page, but that should now run. I have a plunk this down. And I, yeah, give it a tiny little bit of love, and, no, not middle left, middle center, thank you. And also change this to 16 by 16. Then we be out Gucci. Okay. Now, if you try to load this, I spawned top left for some reason. But that is fine. But I am trapped in a corner.
About those. Let's run the game now. If I press F5, we see we've got our game window here. He's no longer spinning around as he was before. And if I press up, down, left, right, you can see we can move.
So, clearly I've done something wrong with the viewpoint, right? That has to be what it is. I mean, like, the directions are correct. It's just that the block is trapped. I don't know why it is. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know why it's spawning up here and why it's getting trapped there. Why are you getting trapped there? It's my question. Hmm. Very blanc. Need to know why it chooses to spawn it there. Because, like, that's not where it is here, right? If I disable viewports and then create and then window underscore set underscore size and then 1280 720. And now I try and run. It does that, but it's still stuck. So it's not to do with the viewports. It's to do with something else. Also, he did something with collision mass earlier. I don't remember what he did though.
Mask does not, and it stays as that collision mask that we set up in our sprite. Daily be a range sprite from S player to S player walk or S player roll and various.
Bro, this sprite S player. Highly doubt that's it, but if it works, it works. It does not. Fun. Hmm. UNST. What are you doing in Swansea? I'm not. I'm too busy coding. I'm too busy coding to be in Swansea. Okay. Okay, why do you spawn there? He's getting trapped in the wall. So I need a way for it to, you know, not do that. You know, let's place it exactly where it is in the thing and see what happens. Right? Interesting. Game maker character stuck in wall. No, actually, it's not that. It's just that like spawning stuck in wall. No. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why? But why though? But why though? But why though? Because like, okay, if I press the keys, right? If I press down, I go down. If I go right, I go right. If I press both, I go diagonal down. If I press it left, I still go left. If I press down with that, I still go that way. If I go up, I go up. Like, the directions work. I'm just spawning here for some reason. I don't know why. Game maker spawning in wrong location. Hmm. Thank you, Reddit. It's trying. It's trying. Nope. Ugh. Yeah, I'm on the instance. So now this spawns inside of these boxes. The now function? I mean, you're outside. That's a benefit. Your problem is that you always reset back to 0. That's your problem. You only let me move a certain distance, and then you reset to 0. That's what it's doing. It's locked me. Whatever I did. However I code this, it locked me into a position. So now the question is, what in my code is doing that? Because that shouldn't happen, right?
So they're different things, and what we don't want is for our collision mask to then change around, and our diagonals are not moving us faster than if we were just holding one particular direction. Okay, I can do it with WSAD keys as well. I know you can't see
And when he
whether or
stops,
not
he
I'm using
does
the
just
WSAD
stop.
keys, but trust me, you can use
Why?
both sets of keys, and you'll decide as I trust me, use throughout your project.
Okay, so my question is, why does mine always pull me to be at whatever that coordinate is? Because that's what it's doing. It's constantly pulling me towards that way I can't move from it. Wait, these don't have pluses in front of it. Is that why? Ah, it spawned in the middle of the screen now. Okay, that was it. Okay. That makes sense. Kind of. Peekaboo, peekaboo. Okay, cool. Okay, that's good to know. So now I have an object moving around the screen. Now, what I want to figure out is how do I add collision? Because do I need to add that to the wall? Or do I need to add that to animation? No, don't care about that. Tower collision.
It's a fact. Unexpected
Tower
things
collision.
happen. Just not your broad.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 3. After episode 2, the people. I know I've sung the benefits of doing tile-based collision before in the past, but I will say that it's arguable, depending on the type of game you're doing, whether there really is that much benefit to doing like a tile-based system over an object-based system. But I've never shown how to do a tile-based system in a game before, in a full project anyway. So I thought it would be good to cover that in this series. We're actually going to do a combination of both for colliding with different things. But since the bulk of what we're going to be colliding with in the game is just like our background scenery, like our walls and houses and rocks and stuff like that, things that are static and unchanging in the environment, I think it makes a decent amount of sense to use a tile-based system. And for our player is only going to collide with these tiles based on a single pixel, just that bottom, just their origin point. Just this point here is basically going to be what our player is to the game world in terms of the tiles that we place. We'll use the collision mask that we created for colliding with other entities and things like that that are more specific and make more sense, I think, to work as collisions between different objects and instances, because there'll be less of them to actually calculate the collisions between. And for the rest of the world, we're just going to use a super fast system to check the collisions between just this single point on our feet, on our bottom center of our player, and a tile grid. Okay, just makes things super.
This
cheap,
is pretty
super
much
efficient,
me just relearning.
and easy to look after. So we're going to get started as we
It's
usually
been
do
so
by
long
adding
since I've
sprite
learnt
of
code.
some kind. It seems to be how we start a lot of our episodes. So just
Like
go
some
code
things have
down
stuck,
and,
some things
I'm gonna
haven't,
press Alt
and
S
now
and bring in a new sprite. I'm going to call
we
it
just gotta do this.
S Col. Okay, Col being short for collision, and I just do that because I get sick of writing the word collision over and over again, so I just call it Col. Gonna go to import. We've got our assets here. Gonna pick scol.png if you're using the assets available with this series. It's really not that much. I could have just made a new one, really. 32 by 32 sprite, split into like 16 by 16 squares with just a 16 by 16 transparent red square in the top right corner. Is exactly 16 pixels though, like this here. You can see like selection. You can see like the bottom there, selection area 16 by 16. Okay. So make sure it is, because we're going to split this into a tile set. I didn't actually need this space down the bottom here, but I thought it helped just for the sake of clarity. Okay, so you can recreate something like this very quickly if you want to. It's really not that difficult. Or you can turn this grid on as well up here to help you with stuff like this when you're making tile sets.
Yeah, I think I'd rather make my tile sets than a sprite. No offense.
And so on. That's quite handy as well. But as you can see up here, the top right, 16 by 16 square. You might be wondering, why have I done this in the top right of a little grid? Why isn't it just a single sprite by itself? When you make, well, rather than explain it now, I'll show you. I'm gonna make a tile set next. Okay, so I'm gonna go to tile sets, right click, create tile set, or just create in a myriad of different ways that you can use the interface to create a tile set. However you want, you'll end up with this. And I'm gonna call it tcol. Okay, and in sprite, I'm going to assign the sprite to scol. Okay, and I'm just using the middle mouse to drag around this, and then control and the mouse wheel just to zoom right in. Or you can press this as well. Oh, okay, I thought that would zoom to fit. Center fit, that's the one. There we go. Just to zoom in on it. And you'll notice, like, it's split into 3 here. I don't know if this is the default or if I've changed the default. It might be on something like 32 by 32. If it is, just make sure tile width and tile height are 16. Like 16, and you'll see this grid appear. And you'll notice that there is no square on the top left. And whenever you make a tile set, it is important to leave a tile blank in the top left of the image. Okay, that you're going to split into tiles, and this is why I couldn't just make this a 16 by 16 square, because
that is good knowledge.
You need the first tile of whatever your tile set is to be blank. I don't know all the specifics of why. It's an internal thing to do with how tile sets are handled, and they use this space to store some information. I think about I don't know. All I know is it needs to be blank. Okay, it needs to be blank and transparent. Or rather, it doesn't actually. Like, you can put stuff in here if you want. It just it won't matter. Like, that's not a valid tile. Okay, so when we actually come to placing this tile around the tile set around our room editor, we won't be able to place this tile. So you may as well leave it blank, because it's not going to do anything. Okay, so just make sure all the tiles that you actually want to use are not in the top left. As I say, I could have made it this size or whatever, right? I didn't need these 2 at the bottom. I just thought that helped make it. I don't know. I just thought it was clearer somehow. Alright, don't judge me. Alright, so this is our tile set, and all we're going to use it for is to mark which areas of the game world we want to be collidable and which areas we don't.
Would you believe me if I told you that coffee could be one of the healthiest things in our diets? But the problem is, most coffees are over-roasted or badly handled until they've lost up to 90% of their healthiest.
We haven't actually brought in any of our background art yet, but it's all going to be 16 by 16 tiles, okay?
For mine,
so
they're probably going to be bigger.
Out very easily. So if we come to room 0 now,
because I want a pretty looking game.
A bit there with control.
Not just any kind of game.
And in the layers over here, I'm going to add a tile layer. Okay, that's just like split into a little grid icon with
Right, I
create
swear
new
to God, I
tile
need
layer
a
as its
standing
tooltip.
desk.
Click that.
But like the problem
We'll
is,
get a new
it's
layer.
right now.
Gonna click it,
Like
press F2.
where I'm
just
holding
to
my hand right
rename
now,
it,
I'm touching the
col.
ceiling.
Okay, just
and I'm not
we'll have a layer called
raising
col,
it
and it's
up.
just gonna
I'm
be
raising it forward.
the same layer that we use in
Like
every
I am
room
touching
to
the ceiling.
define
I'm still
our
touching the
collidable
ceiling. I'm
areas.
still touching the ceiling. I'm still
Where it
touching
says
the
no
ceiling.
tile set here and layer
I can't
properties,
have a
click
standing
that.
desk in this
Select
room
T
unless I
col
was to shift this
to
entire
assign
desk over.
the tile set that we want to use, and
I
you
need
can
a
see it's
standing desk,
automatically
bro.
adjusted to give us a 16 by 16 grid. Now, assuming you have grid turned on in the room editor, and we've got this tile library selector, whatever you want to call it. And as you can see in the top left, we've got this weird checkerboard one here. That's just like a null sprite, right? So that's, I say, you can't use the top left of a tile set. Anyway, so click our red transparent rectangle, and I'm just gonna draw a world, I guess. Eventually we'll make this layer invisible when we actually bring in some of our background art, but for now, just paint some stuff around the place, okay, or whatever you want, just so we have a world to walk around and we can test that the collisions are working. Alright, so with that in place, let's get to work actually
understandable
making this work. So go ahead and close room 0, come to O player, go to the create event, and right at the top here, I'm going to put a line in to get the ID of that layer, okay, because we're going to need it. I'm going to type collision map equals layer underscore tile map underscore get underscore ID. Okay, and basically that's going to reach into a particular layer that we have in the room and find the ID of the tile map that is on that layer, assuming there is a tile map on that particular layer.
How do we differentiate the IDs?
To do that, we need to give it a layer ID, first of all. Just to be clear here, I'm talking, there's a layer, col, and then the tile map on that layer. We're trying to get the ID of the tile map. So we need to, first of all, tell it which layer we're trying to find the tile map of. That's what I'm doing. So inside the bracket for layer tile map get ID, I want to type layer get ID, open bracket, quotation mark, col, quotation mark, close bracket, semicolon. Alright, that's the full line. We just provide the name as a string here, col. Into layer get ID, that provides the ID of the layer we're looking for.
I think what might be useful is that if I start recreating some of the stuff from our demo, and then from there, like, because I visually know what it looks like. That's what I mean. So I already know what it looks like. I know what I need to put in. So now all I need to do is I need to, you know, like, recreate it. Once I recreate it, then I have assets, and then once I have assets, then I can visually do this even better. Sure, having a box move around is great. It's great. It means that I know now how I do movement. But having a character do it is even better. So, because then I won't have to deal with animations, right? Once I deal with the animations, I won't have to deal with the animations. So it would be much easier if I did the animations first, so that way I can then get the code down later. Because my brain is artistic. I know, haha funny. Haha funny, sounds like autistic. No, my brain is artistic. I do art. I'm not a coder. So what makes more sense to me is to do the code later. If I get the assets, it might be easier, right? But I do understand that having a box move is much simpler to understand, because then I don't have to focus on the animations. So that's why I did that today. So now that I understand how a box moves, now I can get a character to move. So I think what might be easier to me might be to learn how it works in the code, then grab the actual thing that I want and move it, right? So for example, the reason why I'm bringing this up is that way I can create a test map, right? Why do I want a test map? Simple. Very, very simple. I want a test map because with a test map, I can start moving around the world and figuring out how I want things to actually function, right? So I know that the very first thing that you do in the game that me and Luke created is that you are on a skyship. That is the very first thing that you do. So, if I create a skyship, I then have tiles that I know I want to interact with this, and no, I don't want to interact with this. Right? So I have things that I know I want to move across, and things that I don't want the player to move through. Right? And it makes sense to me that way. That way you can do this thing. That makes more sense to me. So much. I mean, because here's the thing, right? Even if I did all the code, like, I can't test some of the code without, like, animated stuff, right? And I can't test some of it without, like, actual things that I want to move across, right? So, if anything, I shouldn't do one, then the other. I should do both in conjunction with each other, no? That makes more sense to me. It makes much more sense to me. I don't know, is it just me? Like, that just makes so much more sense to me. If I was to do them in conjunction with each other rather than one after the other. Like, at least, like, even if it doesn't look pretty for now, like, I can make it pretty later, but, like, I need at least basic assets. Prior. I know you're saying fair, but prior. Oh my god. But I think for now, like, here, I want to point out, at least I survived for another 2 hours more than I did yesterday. But right now, I've inputted a lot of information into my brain, and I feel like I'm about to fry. So, I think it's best if I just stop for now. Okay, one thing I might do... Okay, one thing I might do tomorrow is I might, do this for 2 hours. Or, like, 2 hours or 2.5 hours. Have a half an hour break. Do something else. Like, whether it's play a game or watch a YouTube video or, like, I'll do something else. And then come back and do it again. Because that makes more sense to me. Or, like, at least, like, if I was to do, like, code at the start of the stream, then at least do a bit of art. And then, you know, so that way I'm breaking it up and I'm not doing the same thing over and over again. And then my brain can, you know, swap between the things and then it doesn't get bored. Or it doesn't, like, fry. So, that's something I might do. And I don't know, in my head it makes sense. Don't know about you guys. Okay, well, I think for now, I'm going to take off. So thank you so much to anyone who's been in, thank you to anyone in chat, thank you to anyone on the log, and thank you so much to anyone who considered following, subscribing, or using their points today. Thanks so much. Anyways, I have been NC, also known as Neon, and I'll catch you all another time. Peace out.
Okay. Oh! No way! Oh my god!
I'm going for it.
If I didn't suck, yeah.
Yo, quick thing, people. Caleb just made it into top 5 into his game. Congrats. Anyways, bye.
Okay. Oh! No way! What? Oh my god!
I'm going for it.
If I didn't suck, yeah.
It's again, yeah. I've been focusing Sombra. So. Sombra's dead. Fire's on me, fire's on me. Ow, fuck. I'm out. Fire's on left. Can we go on Kiriko? Kiriko 1. Kiriko 1. No, they're rezzing, dead. What we're doing? There's no way that could have worked.
You're dead, Danny?
I'm dead. That's just really That's still not dead, so.
I'm holding it.
I'm waiting to boop Zarya in. I'm going now. Boop Zarya in, no bubble. Moira. Nice. Tracer. Nice. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Luke, go top right. Ready, 3, 2, 1, go. Good. Can we go echo or no? Oh, Kiriko! You fucking suicide! Nice! Yeah, I just challenged him earlier though, so he didn't have time.
Oh my god, you're crazy.
51.
Nice.
Also there, Razor's also there.
Yeah.
51 on him.
Get that thing. Oh, Johnny.